Hello, everybody, and welcome to another successful stream. And I'm deciding now it's successful rather than later because why not? Who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me, right? It's a beautiful day today. It's a beautiful day today. Anyways, let's I feel like a lot of apps lately have become purple. And I don't know why. GOG Galaxy's purple, GitHub is purple, video editor is purple. Don't look at me like I use GitHub for anything normal. I don't. Anyways, let's Talos that principle twice. We earned quite a few achievements. It's time to earn some more. We've apparently got 39%, which is in some senses a small quantity when you think about it. We've been playing for like... Oh, we hit the 20-hour mark for sure. On Regal Engine. Hey, Vino. Welcome to the stream. You're just in time for WES. Alright, we've gotten 2/3 of the way through the basic things. And Prometheus is having a great time. And we're here. Operation Solve Puzzles. We're in a vast new world. Honestly, how vast though? What the hell? This seems remarkably vast. What's gonna be the barrier here? What's gonna be the blocker? The island wasn't a blocker, so what's the blocker here? Step number 1. Wander into the desert. That's not very diegetic, but okay. All along we had Armored Core style mission safety zones. Time to introduce them. So this is... No, this is not inside the safe zone for some reason. What does that mean? Obviously the reason is you can't have you wandering the wastes. But the leash is very, very generous. More generous than you would expect, actually. Why am I here? Huh. Okay. It says because you went there. I mean, fair enough. Can't argue with that logic. So yeah, we just have vast open sand dunes. Very ridged sand dunes. Why are you like that? Let's walk backwards until you can see it against the horizon. Kind of. Well, I think we know where the world boundary is. Kind of. You know, it says, weird how universe work, I know. Weird how speed tree work, honestly. I assume they're using speed tree. What's the point of UE5 if you're still hand placing trees anyways? Okay, that's a rock. I don't think there's anything out here. I think I'm just in the ass end of nothing. Here's a star. It's one of these. Red beam this time. Okay. Stradon's over there. I think that's literally the first time the Pandora beam has not been green. The whole game.
I see these beings, these children of a future age, wandering around an island more fantastical than Atlantis itself, looking desperately to find themselves. I reach out to them, but they cannot see me. I speak to them, but I do not know if they can hear me. Am I being punished? Are the gods playing some cruel trick on me? Why can I remember so little? What is this sorrowful voice I hear, whispering such terrible thoughts? I must use what remains of my mind. I must understand.
She's remarkable, isn't she? She sees so much beauty in everything.
She is, you're right. But I'm not sure she doesn't see too much beauty.
Is it wrong to be delighted by the perfection of the universe? To look at what surrounds us and experience awe instead of just fear?
No, but to call it perfection implies a kind of moral value that it doesn't have. The universe is cold, Athena. It doesn't care about us or about life or civilization. It fundamentally cannot care. But Miranda seems to think it's almost benevolent, purposeful.
You're right. But have you considered that maybe she sees something we can't see? A step ahead? You know, Cornelius, if we succeed, the next generation will not be like us. They might see the world in ways we never could have imagined. Maybe she's the first sign of that.
I hope so. I really do, Athena. You know that I love her, and I am perpetually amazed that this being we created that came solely from our minds is so profoundly different and unique. That does strike me as a kind of miracle. But it's also a huge responsibility, and I worry about our choices.
Fair enough. What we got? The riches. We found them. From selected archive documents, RT. Getting rich was the worst thing that ever happened to me. I see that now, at the end, when the insight is useless. Rosebud Liquidator 44, huh? Not being poor was great, no longer having to worry all the time, being able to afford the best doctors, being able to go on holidays, being able to take care of my mother, but being rich just isolated me. It changed every interaction with every other person because suddenly I had the ability to change their life, to fix all their problems, and they knew it. And I knew it. A simple choice on my part could take away so much of their pain. Every interaction became infected by this inequality between us, and it made me bitter. It made me feel every relationship, even with family, was transactional. I was desperately looking for some genuinely human experience, but I seemed excluded from that now, and it made me resent everyone. What I didn't see, what I only see now as I'm dying, is that I could have used that money for good. All of it. I don't mean giving it to some NGO run by other rich people. I mean really using it. I loved movies. How many indie movies could I have financed? How many books could I have gotten published? And how much could I have just built? Not another villa for myself, but things that would benefit civilization in general. Hell, I could have just given it away, made all those lives better, taken away that pain. And if at the end of the day I was only left with enough money to be upper middle class, so what? At least I would have been the person I wanted to be. Athena says resource wealth as such has no value. It only matters in terms of the ability to act. But what made this ancient human so unable to act? It can't have been a personal failing, as most people of similar wealth acted the same way. Cornelius says perhaps the answer lies in scarcity or a system built on it, naturally optimizing towards resource accumulation. Historical circumstances, not individual sin. Miranda says, but I've read about rich ancients who did act differently. They were rare, but they did exist, so it is possible for people to defy the will of history. Yeah. Frankly, the fact that he was self-aware enough to regret it at the end is the least believable part about this. Because it usually is a bit of a bistable switch. From Trinculo to Athena. It's all a joke, isn't it? A giant prank perpetrated on all of us. The goal, the founder of the simulation. I don't even think you exist. I don't think biological humans ever existed either. What nonsense. I bet these messages go to the mayor's inbox or straight to the recycling bin. You all suck, Lamau. Alright, Trinculo. I've never met Trinculo. Hypatius Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 676. After the chaos of the last months, quiet has returned to the city. I suppose we're calling it a city now, although this small collection of dwellings, inhabited by a mere 25 people, seems to barely deserve that designation. We'll have to come up with an actual name soon. I suspect, after the first 1 or 2 decades, calling it the city is going to get a little bit stale. Everyone has an opinion, of course. It's the talk of the town these days. I'm personally hoping that New Alexandria will win out in the vote next week, although I suspect Elohim's legacy carries the most weight. Byron came up with some silly suggestions like Constantinople, very New York, and Robot Paris, blah 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 blah. Constantinople, I like that. Here's 5358, we found it.
This one seems to be corrupted. It's almost like something tried to delete it as you were downloading it. Pandora, maybe.
It says, you've seen Trinculo replied to a thread at least once. The one where G.K. Chesterton's quote about optimism was posted after Byron got stuck, he replied TLDR. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that all adds up. I think we've got enough on our hands with Thekla. Where is this taking me? This is taking me to here. Okay. So it's out here in the middle of nowhere, but other than that... There's stuff down there. There's a lot of stuff down there. Says there's a death plane if you try to jump in. You have to enable the elevator to descend. Oh, okay, that's a little weird. I don't remember finding the lab right away. Maybe I did. Oh, hey. Sphinx. What do you got for me this time? X marks the spot. It's by the kill plane somewhere. That's definitely a take a photo moment. Says you didn't go looking for the lab or anything last time. Good. I only remembered, whoa. I think I found the lab. Welcome to Mariposa, I guess.
There are entirely too many strange things going on around here.
Yeah, I don't think concrete's supposed to do that. Rotating. And it says, yeah, this isn't very brutalism because the conch isn't reading. I mean, at least we can't recognize it as such. Even the Pelican cases have joined in. Let's see what we've got. Error, huh? Interesting. John Martin. And it came to pass in the 11th year, in the first day of the month, that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, because that Tyrus hath said against Jerusalem, Aha, she is broken. That was the gates of the people. She is turned unto me, I shall be replenished. Now she is laid waste. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth his waves to come up. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus, and break down her towers. I will also scrape her dust from her, and make her like the top of a rock. It shall be a place for the spreading of nets in the midst of the sea. For I have spoken it, saith the Lord God, and it shall become a spoil to the nations. And her daughters, which are in the field, shall be slain by the sword, and they shall know that I am the Lord. I don't remember Tyrus. Faith. Perhaps faith is neither choice nor submission. Perhaps faith is a demand, for our pain to have meaning, for the stories of the world to rhyme, for the world designed by a loving hand. Perhaps I will believe with defiance in the forgiveness of all sins, in the kingdom of God on earth, and even the resurrection of the dead. I will believe with clenched fists and gritted teeth and prayers that refuse to be gentle. That's pretty good. Unauthorized trial 5358, here it is. Unauthorized trial at secondary site, catastrophic failure, she's gone. Uh-oh.
It's over. We failed. Everything we thought we were doing. It's all ashes now.
I don't think you really believe that.
She's gone, Cornelius. She's gone because I failed her. She's gone because the machine that I built killed her. She was perfect. And now, she's nothing.
I know you don't want to hear this. I know you want her to be perfect, to be blameless. But you didn't kill her, Athena. She killed herself. She killed herself because she was reckless, because she was naive, and frankly, because she was a little arrogant, too.
She was reckless because I filled her head with dreams. Dreams of the future. Of a better world. A world that nobody wants.
No, it's not the dreams that killed her. It's that we brought her here. It's that we tried to build all this outside the city. We raised her without people, without society. The wilderness is for prophets, Athena, not for children. We should have stayed. Fought for our ideas.
It's too late now. It's too late.
Well. Oh, he's having a bad time, huh?
They lost their daughter. Right here in this ruin, Cornelius and Athena lost their daughter. Miranda's dead. So even the Founder doesn't have perfect control over this technology. Even the Founder makes mistakes. Byron was right in a way. We turned the Founder into something she never was. She was never perfect. She was never infallible. No one is. Listen, I understand why you and Byron see so much hope in this technology. You want us to be better, to grow. But what if it all goes wrong? If even the Founder couldn't get it right, what hope do we have?
Yep, hold on. We got... Uh-oh. We got a new one, huh? AI viewers is the new thing. God damn it. Ah, that sucks. Okay, I'm gonna have to edit my things. Okay, anyways, spam bots aside. Nothing's forcing us to repeat the mistakes of the past. Mistakes will happen. Bad things happen no matter what we do. I think...
Okay, but what about new mistakes? What about the problems we failed to predict? I can't even imagine the complexities behind this technology.
Not extending our knowledge just means we'll be unprepared for a different set of problems. It says, huh,
So there's
that spam
no
bot
safe
message
way
is
to
the first one I've
live,
actually seen in a while.
just different risks. Huh. I guess that makes sense. Sooner or later, even if we do nothing, the universe will throw another extinction event at us. And if we're not prepared, maybe life survives, but sentience doesn't. And there's no one left to treasure the beauty and symmetry that Miranda saw. Anyway, thanks for talking to me. The truth is, lately, I sometimes feel kind of lost. The universe is vast and threatening. History is depressing, and I need something to hold on to. Something other than fear. I have to figure out what that is.
You're welcome. Sabino says, huh, that spam bot message is the first one I've actually seen in a while. Yeah, we had a pretty good system set up for whatever crap
Thanks for your
we
help,
threw at it.
Monkey. The elevator should be working now. And Yakut, I'm sorry about Miranda. I know you're looking forward to meeting her.
Says, I presume because it's linked and parses a link, the messages with links are automatically hidden. No, just, well, not all links, but specifically we have a few words in place for the permutations that they use. But I guess since AI is the hot new word, they're using that one now too. And I have to remember how to moderate if this keeps up. It's been a bit since I've been in the moderation dashboard to add in new words. I tried regexing the URLs because that's a thing you can do, but either I don't know Twitch regexes well enough, or I've forgotten too much about regexes in general. I can never tell which. So social media's given up on following this, huh? We just dropped a bombshell that Athena just watched her daughter die, and they got nothing to say about that, huh? I wonder if Herman's blocking it or something, I don't know. Says, apparently there's a third game in this series. As of like 48 hours ago, yes, there's a third one announced. Oh, the spinny. No, this is incorrect. He says not. Vino says not yet, but there will be. And 2B says, what is the difference between TTP and TTP Reawakened? I don't honestly know, but Vino would. I think I played just vanilla. Vino says Reawakened is the remake/remaster. Alright. He says, so would it be better to just get Reawakened in 2? Vino's the one who would know better than me, I'll tell you that. 'Cause I think I played just vanilla, as it were. That was good enough, but also that's what we had on our GOG. Let's see. We're all going to die. Fred says, look at what happened to Miranda, the Founder's own daughter. The megastructure is going to kill us all. Marinia says, get a grip. This is absurd and also disrespectful to Miranda and her parents. Who cares? She's dead. They're probably dead too. We're all dead. If that thing blows up, it could collapse the whole world into a singularity. Elwyn says, you really should calm down, Fred. There's a legitimate point buried in what you're saying, but panicking isn't going to help anyone. Liebestro says, there are reasons to be concerned, but I found 1K's arguments quite convincing so far. Every step forward in human history has come with its mistakes and sacrifices, but we can always learn from them. Fred said, none of you understand. We have to listen to Pandora or we will burn. Helga says, Fred, why don't you come by my shop for a chat? I have something that could help with your all caps. Jeremy says, thank you, Helga. Closing this thread now. And it says, it would. Reawakened also has some QOL changes for one of the puzzle mechanics. And 2B says, ah. Is that the time one? That's probably the time one. Oh, hey there, Melville. Oh, she's cogitating.
What is it?
What do you think caused Miranda's death?
From examining the data, I think it simply came down to not taking enough precautions. Clearly, protocols existed that would prevent such accidents, but she didn't apply them. That's a technical answer. If you're looking for something more philosophical, I think it's easy to mistake insight for revelation. She thought she was meant to discover something, as if there was some force guiding her. And so she discounted the outcomes that didn't match her expectations.
Thanks, Melville. That's all for now. 2B says, holy crap, it has a puzzle editor. Vino says, yes. I've heard about that. Okay, there's Yakut again. Al, where are you? Why are you always the rare pull, Al? What are you doing? How does this keep happening? He says, and there's a VR version of this game. Well then. There is indeed. Huh. We're gonna get jump scared if we're not careful. Interesting. It also has an additional campaign with stupidly difficult puzzles, however, instead of the purgatory Death went through. I didn't know about the stupidly difficult puzzles. And Vino says the VR version is of the original, however, and not the remake. Interesting. We can create a gravity beam there. Okay. I have a hypothesis. We'll see if it matters. It does not, because I kind of beefed it. So it's like 2 honeycomb units big, so I need it like here. Okay, but like over there, Defers. That would be ideal, yes. Oh, that's a little weird. Alright, cool. Is this faster? I guess this is faster. Says there's a game that is just the 2D shape puzzles called Sigils of Elohim. So I have heard. Okay. Oh, so it just gave up, huh? Cool, whatever. That's fine. One obvious thing that seems like it should happen is... Actually, I got this wrong. Okay, the thing is, there's no way to get up there. So I need to consider my steps carefully, because what I need to do is transfer one of the beams over here, and then just plant it over here. And then from here, we have light power, but we have no way back if I don't get it right. If I don't contemplate this properly, we just have no way back. Right? Because if I just bring that over here, which I can do, I have a light source, like I have a light, well, yeah, I do. Yeah, if I could just bring it over here, then we're good. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay. Okay, but how do I get up there and then bring it back, actually? I'll tell you how we bring it back. It's very simple. Okay. The answer is I don't bring it back and I just use it. wonder who those people are up there. Is either one of them Alcatraz, or is it just Yakut and Melville again? What have you got, buddy?
1K, what's up?
Are you okay?
I don't know. Still feeling a bit shaken by Miranda's death.
It's okay to talk about it.
Thanks, 1K. Maybe in a while. I'm still processing.
That's all. Thanks, Yakut. Melville's got nothing.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets in my ball bearings.
We had to do it, I guess. Al, where are you? Convolution, huh? Alright, let's get convoluted. I'm very good at that, they say. Okay. Well, that's not going to work. We need a higher vantage point. There's one over there, but we don't know what it is. There's an accumulator, and those are cool. This is AI, which unfortunately, or Al, which unfortunately looks exactly like AI in this font, is just vibing. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's up there. Huh. Seems like we need to bring that to there, but I don't know how. It says, see you later, accumulator. Yeah, more or less exactly. Oh. Okay, interesting. So... well, at least in theory. Yes. Mission objective. Okay, can we get to that from there? That's definitely not workable, right? Nope, not workable. Geometrically, I don't think this is even remotely possible, but you've got to try the outside baseball chance, you know? Okay, yeah, that's nothing. This is... I like how the place the fence in there instead of the wall to rub it in. Yeah, it's a conscious choice. It's a deliberate effort. Here's a neat thing, too. You can't place it here. So you need something on that pressure plate. I guess it could be yourself. But if it's yourself, then you can't move over to here. Window. Window here? We can't access here. Hold on. Hold on, then. How far up does this go? Not big enough to hop this fence, even a little bit. So we can eliminate that option, because that's not going to work. Why are you here? It's decoration, I bet. But, anyways. So we can do this. We can do the obvious here, which is to lay this down. There's no switch on the other side, and there's no jammer. Meaning, we have to lock ourselves in, as it were. Right? And again, you need something here. I can't help but notice that there's like a bar specifically here. Alright, yeah, sure. But then you do this, and it's like, okay, to what end? Right. Toggle switch. So that's nothing. Also nothing. Even more nothing, like an impressive amount of nothing. Potent nothings in this household. The thing is, too, like, you can't get power from there. Because it's like, you could make the argument, and it's not a stupid argument. So what you should do, given the fact that you can only be on one side at a time, is have one of these on the other side, as it were. Because you can put it here. Open, right? power is unleashed. Okay. Sure, do it there. Why not? I don't care. The real question is, did I place this appropriately? No. No, I did not. Good lord. God damn it. Okay. There's a place to place it appropriately, I just didn't do that, so... It's cool to have gotten this far, but we're not gonna get any farther anytime soon. Even then, we need... Yeah, how would that help me? Well, like, let's say I grab this, right? That immediately shuts us down, and we're soft locked, you know. There's a way to recover from that soft lock, but that doesn't help us. We got this open, but we can't move it without another free one. We have this window, but without another view into this place, I'm not sure what that's meant to do. Clearly, it's supposed to be a facilitator for getting us out of here, but in order to do that, we have to do something. Hot take, I did this wrong. Okay, whatever. Sucks to be me, but I need you right here. I do love the half-assed the little go up. When the elevator just goes up a little. I like that. Okay. So that's all well and cool, but it turns out that what I need to do is not to put that in blue, but to put it on red, which is just about attainable from here. Yeah, to get over to there, I need to have it on reds, so... And there it is. Real bastard, but... What do you see? Canada. Person trapped in a maze, desperately looking for a way out. Someone greeting their friend, happy to be living in a beautiful place. That one's the trapped is Aurenia. Ovis says greeting their friend. Zagran says ancient human calling someone on a phone. Pellegrino says nothing. It's a Frenchman. I like eyeball inside a giant robot. I don't see the greeting friend. I believe that it exists. Pellegrino says, I kind of see it. Canada says, I appreciate your perspectives. Thank you all. I'm not sure I'm going to continue within this abstract style, as I've been drawn back to more representational art, which just feels more substantial to me. But this has been an interesting diversion. Albert Catraz, you better show up soon. The passageway, huh? Okay, sure. We got one guy. Well, let's start here. Wrong lever. Ouch. Well, isn't that interesting? getting that even more interesting. You need to chill out. It says it's a lot of interesting things for sure. Yeah. Clockwise means that way. I need this way. Okay. You got the wrong answer, the right answer using the wrong equation. I'll take it. Says quite definitely done. Yeah. It wasn't even my intention for that to happen. It just turnstiled on its own. Why is there stuff down there? What's that about? And now that I've activated the elevator, can I just go down there? He says quite a deft solution. A little bit. So that's the actual, quote unquote, actual elevator. Okay, that's a little freaky. So the kill plane does not turn off. It's freaky because your head explodes before you make contact with the ground. Which implies some tremendous force was applied in midair. I don't know what to make of that, but that scares the hell out of me. You don't take fall damage. Gravitational well damage, though? Yes. Yes, that's a thing. And it's extreme. I bet you that there are purple holograms in there about... Oh yeah, and we have the lady, we have Pandora, and we have this. But this is as simple as figuring out which of these it is. Which I'm fairly sure is... Yeah, I'm fairly sure that one's fairly doable. I'm reasonably confident in my ability. Okay, so here's the lady. Dismantling, huh? Hell yes. My favorite guy. This one's just kind of fun. We haven't had side-to-side elevators. Oh, okay, I can do this. Very cool technique. It says bless you, I think? Yeah, that was a bless you. Okay. How aggressive can I be with this? Not very. That's the answer. Not very. I love how half-assed this one is in particular. Look at that. No. The only way to get anywhere is not here. It can't be here. Okay, so what else am I missing? Well, first things first, we don't really long-term need this box. Because we can do this instead. Hold on. You get on here. We don't really need this box, I say, as I demonstrate why I need this box. Okay, well. We'll just do it like this, then. Get over here. And we're gonna need to drop this guy. Yeah, probably that's a thing we can do. I said nothing to myself. You get over here, you get over here. We lift this up. We'll grab. Teleport. Good. You get off there. What exactly is the plan? It says, I don't know, it's your plan if it exists. Yeah, we love asking these questions. Basically, we need to have a teleporter guy over there to get to there. So that's inarguable. Which means that we need to bring the teleporter guy over there. A thing which we can do. Having so done, we need to... I mean, is it really so simple? I would hate to say so, but it could very well be. We can always do this. Okay. And it needs to be in, like, here. Though, truth be told, it's a little bit of a QT, but nothing too crazy. Is it really as simple as that? Kind of. Yeah, no. That wasn't really my plan.
I'm glad to see all those overloads haven't damaged your logic circuits.
Yeah. Is it Yakut again? Finally, Alcatraz. You've still got nothing for me, huh? Cool. So we've got a red beam. Got a red beam pointed here. There's two ways to take this. Exfil is one of them. Big old building over there is another one. Could be a wide angle shot, as it were. Obviously, there's the high point. Have I been in there? I've probably been in there, and I just don't remember. Definitely been in here. But I need the exfil. And that exfil would be complicated by the fact that there's just nothing to work with here. Right, because I died. As you can see, this is just nothing. can't exfil from there. Here's centrifuge. Again, no verticality, which means no real exfil potential. Most I could do is get the beam to the gate, which wouldn't really help here. Let's be systematic about all this. What about you, number 4? Can I get a beam out of you? Let me see. Let me guess. Instead of doing that, which is stupid, all right. Christ. Wait a minute, what? Oh boy, here we go. No matter what we do, we gotta do this again. No problems. So this is why they don't use a lot of flip-flopper and different gates in their level design. Same problem as usual. Same problem as at the time rewind, it just takes very long. Alright, so that's very cool. That's not really what we came here for, though, is it? At least not in full. We also came here to figure out if there was a spot in here from which to shoot at Pandora. I feel fairly confident in saying there's not. There's the Sphinx, but that's not the one we're looking for. Do we see any dotted lines? Not from here. Let's go down there. There's stuff. Where there's stuff, there's other stuff, you know? Poison dart frog. Except huge. Huge guy. That is a colossal poison dart frog. Look at this dude. Adorable. We love him, but apocalyptically large for a poison dart frog. Like the biggest chungus. Here's Arkin says, husky little fella. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Winner of the biggest boy award, for sure. Alright, Lift Brazier, what does our robotic Werner Herzog have to tell us about this?
There is a kind of peace here in the desert. A perfect silence. This is a dead place. More dead than almost anywhere else on Earth. If the ground could have a personality, it would be malevolent. But as I said before, all this in some sense does not exist at all. It does not hate us. It is simply the opposite of everything that life requires. When you sit in the dunes and you hear only the wind and nothing else at all, and all the complexities of civilization fade away, you truly understand that spiritual peace is a great evil. A kind of shallow banality that we must always strive against. It is spiritual excitement and enthusiasm which sustain our humanity. Spiritual peace is a vile and cowardly surrender to oblivion.
You know, it says, oh yeah, you know this one already. I do. We had a debate about this one. Mostly, I think this is more true of contentment and philosophical suicide than... Like, that has more to do, like I said, with Camus' themes on philosophical suicide than I think it does with the notion of spiritual peace as typically associated with enlightenment. After all, like I said, we can think of monks in what used to be French Indochina, these days Vietnam, who set themselves on fire. It took a great deal of conviction, some would even say spiritual peace of a kind, to arrive at that kind of conviction. but it did progress and drive history forward, so these are not necessarily as misaligned as they seemed. Or as they seem, to Lifrazir there. Name is Extinction, author unknown, Uro external 2. Selected archive documents D through F. The dodo, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Stellar sea cow, extinct because of Homo sapien. The Labrador duck, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The Rocky Mountain locust, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The thylacine, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The deepwater cisco, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The golden toad, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The northern white rhinoceros, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The splendid poison frog, extinct because of Homo sapiens. The Amur leopard, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Literally every last orangutan, extinct because of Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, what do you think will happen to them? It's time for this madness to end. Oh, Cornelius says, a shameful list. And yet, we are the only species that would ever make such a list and feel bad about it. Miranda says, because extinction is normal in nature, a common side effect of evolution. Cornelius says, exactly. What I want you to think about is this. Is natural extinction less tragic? Should we be less opposed to it? Where's the difference, if there is one at all? So that's a more succinct summation of the on extinction interpretation that Vino mentioned a couple streams back. Anyways, Trevor, what you got for us?
Man, this sucks. It's one thing hearing about the symptoms, it is another totally to experience them. I feel like an insect trapped in resin, slowly congealing. I can keep working for a while, though. There's still a bunch of critical tasks. I don't know what I'll do when I'm done. A lot of people have gone home, but Alexandra's still here. I don't think she's left even once, not even when her best friend died. We chatted a bit yesterday. She likes peanut ice cream. Not pistachio. Peanut. Well, at least we can agree that strawberry is an abomination.
Just like last time, I didn't spot the X's in time, so now I gotta go fix it. Fusarkit says, I want to try Parmesan ice cream, to be honest. I've never heard of such a thing, but I will say it deeply scares me. Probably isn't that bad. Ever since the Dubai chocolate craze, we've seen some interesting things done in the realm of pistachios and ice cream. You might be thinking, well, we've had pistachio ice cream before, to which I would reply, yes. But these days, you can get pistachio dip on cones. And I would say that stuff, pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so, yeah, to my left and beside me. Got it. Yep, okay, let's go. Pretty high up. Alright, Sphinx, let's go get this bread. Avoiding the terrifying kill plane. while we do so. This is where we saw Straton, I think. Has to be. We don't have a dotted line. There's a pavilion out there, so it could be that you need to do the end of the whole map to get it done. Not impossible, not inconceivable. Unlikely. Not done before, but not inconceivable.
If the answers of philosophy are true, why has no philosopher changed the world?
You could go ask Karl Marx about that one. Theses on Feuerbach. We've covered this one before. Bridging the gap, huh? Check me out. Says easy.
Having
I
a friend
agree.
like Byron is a rare blessing. Someone who listens to you, who disagrees, but still appreciates your thoughts. The more we explore this island, the more convinced I become that he was wrong. And the megastructure is a threat to all of us. But without people like him, I'm not sure New Jerusalem is worth saving.
Okay, so we've got whatever we're doing here. Well, champion moment, I tell you what. Yeah, what am I doing here?
I'm not in charge of solving these.
Don't see any exfil. I guess the bridge one could be an exfil, maybe, but I don't see how. Above. Gotta be one of the best directions of all time. I don't know where I'm going. It's not the default state, which means that presumably it's incorrect, you know? So we can bore a hole. I suppose, strictly speaking, we don't. I guess in theory we can bring that over there. Yeah, we could bring that over there, and at least then we have the whole board. Oh, okay, there's a gap. You can't really see it from there, but at least I couldn't. But there's a gate, so we can, you know, resume, and then from there, I don't know. Wait, can we? What? What am I? Yes, we can. If we, okay. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. Really? Okay. Got it. Okay. Exfil confirmed. Good thing, too. And it says easy 2, E2Z. Yeah. Let's see, where did I do it from? From here? Yes, from here. As usual, I can't tell if cheese or if legit, but this makes sense, so I'm going for it. Asked and answered, I guess. Didn't expect that. Still, while we're holding this, we can at least look around. No, no. So the idea of an exfil was definitely known to them. Conceptually speaking. Definitely shoot a laser outside. It's just not as exciting as it could be, you know. I saw that. That about? What the hell is that about? Six. Alright, 6. We can exfil more resources. Here's displacement, so we may not have to. I was gonna be like, did I really lose the giant white dotted line? Thankfully, no, I did not. Alright, step 1. Thank you, Inverter. Thank you, Accumulator. You really saved the playthrough here. Alright. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. It is a blue, isn't it? It is. It's gonna be really funny if this does nothing. If this has nothing to do with the Miranda Tower. It says middle mouse click is zoom, although it doesn't zoom in a lot. Yeah, I know. I've done it a few times. But as you say, it doesn't do much. Well, we gotta get up there to figure out what that does, if anything. Says bridge song. Yes, indeed. Okay, interesting. Get the feeling we'll get a lot of bridge song today. I think these are the most offensive ones. Oh yeah, the bridge would work. It's just, no, it wouldn't. Those are the ones that bother me. Yeah, you've designed a functional bridge here. No. No. You know, says the connection points have to match. Oh, I know. Don't worry. I don't not know. You know, says yes, no instead of no. Indeed. You're kidding me. I think this is the toughest one that I've had so far. I'm gonna have you do this under time limit. I'm gonna die. You know, it says indeed. Cool. I like this one. Double wide goes nowhere. Yep. Luna says no time limit, only bridge song. And 2B asks, does it have to connect? Yes. Otherwise, that final one won't bridge. We fall into the kill plane, we die instantly. Otherwise, this one would work just fine, look. But it's like, no, and that's wireframe, so... And then there's a second one after. Problem is this one's straight. Vino adds, you can't walk or jump off an incomplete bridge. Oh, you can't walk off it at all? Okay, yeah, no, you can't. This entire time I was horrified that I would die. Like every single bridge I've been terrified and possessed of a horrible feeling of vertigo. Okay, cool. Lol. No, the edges are invisible wall. You would think so, but it's not quite the edges. That's why, because it's like, look, you could just about, you can just about. Cool bridge. It says, I do think this one is the hardest. Good. Says, well, one of them had to be like this. Yeah, the thing is that, in theory, the combinatorial, like, this should only have 16 possible permutations. Unless I'm well, 16, I guess technically you could think of these as 8 pieces, so there's, like, 64 possible combinations? But a lot of those seem spurious, like, only one combination works here. This is one thing I haven't tried because it's stupid, mind you, but maybe that's my issue. We won, everybody, look. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 valid positions to start from. Five valid positions to start from. And I frankly have my doubts about this one. I think we can eliminate this one. I would say we have 4 valid positions to start from. Can't do that one. Now you may ask yourself, could this ever work? To which I would say, no, evidently it can't. Point of fact, I was right. How about that? You would think with so few combinations that actually work, the obvious one would be staring me right in the face. Like, where in the relational graph of all possible moves could this thing be even hiding, you know? And my answer is, I don't know. I don't know where this thing could be hiding. Yep, we've already tried both these ones. We've tried the only valid cube one, and I think both of the possibilities from there don't work. So far as I can tell. Like, anything with this gets too far out. Or it does this. So yeah, I'm fairly sure that we have tried all possible combinations here, and it just doesn't work. We've got these guys, which all don't work, so far as I can tell. Yeah, that doesn't work. And these guys, all of which become bridges, you know? So yeah, I think we can safely say, like, after an exhaustive search, this one ain't it. I think we can say, on similar bases, none of these will work. Because there's no combination that hooks around, and even if there were, like, you just lose too much ground. So that leaves us with 3. There's this guy. Nope. Nope. Who could have guessed? Gabriel Garcia Marquez's hit sequel, or sequel, 100 Years of Bridge Song, was not quite as popular as 100 Years of Solitude. It really wasn't. But it has its fans. This thing hasn't discharged. Alright, well. You can't loop around because there's no room. Me when 100 Years of Bridge Song starts playing and it's dancing emotes. I mean, there's definitely worse songs. I'll put it like that. This helps. It's just, goddamn, what am I missing? There should be less than 16 possible permutations. So how is this even happening? I really thought an exhaustive search would do the job, but so far, no good. There it is. Don't ask me what I did or how I did it. I don't understand. I don't understand what I did different. I like this guy. This is a fun guy. He gets invited to all kinds of parties. Okay. It says yippee. Then it says lol, easy. I mean, section 2 was easy. I don't know about the rest. Hello, Sphinx.
Prometheus was bound for many years, his torment seemingly eternal.
Heard it was
until
birds.
one day, Zeus commanded his son, the great hero Heracles, to free the Titan from the rock. Why did Zeus relent?
Gonna say because no one's punishment should be eternal.
If the consequences of a crime are eternal, should the punishment not be of equal length? There is grief without end, creature of clay, and misery without relief. How can these things be forgiven? A time of dreams is at hand. To save your friend, you must do as Heracles did. But what will follow, none can see.
Well, at least this part is consistent. The megastructure is opening again.
All right, everyone. Assemble at the VTOL as soon as possible. Melville, keep an eye on the energy readings, please.
Okay, wait, but I have many more questions now than I did before. This cool temporally stable lighting means that I'm never sure. The valve suggestion no longer works. Yeah, this is just happening. Why? There's no why here. Okay, so what did that actually do to the tower then? If we can't access it from the outside, which so far it seems as though we can, what did that actually do? It's lit up, there's a wire and everything. It goes to something. We're not sure what. Cool. If I had to guess, it maybe elevated that and maybe raised that up. I can just about see, I don't know, that specific guy. So with the presence of that specific guy, we could maybe aim a shot at the lady. Tubi says, I need to go eat now. Night night. And Tubi also gives the lucky battery. Thanks for dropping by, Tubi. Appreciate you as always. He says, I'm gonna try and get this game. It's good. You could shoot a red laser from in here, assuming there's a red laser to shoot. There isn't one here in dismantling, no. No, there's definitely not. No dotted line here either. Tubi says, when I say get, I mean buy, but for right now I can play the second one through Xbox Game Pass. That'll work. Okay. This is I recommend playing the first one first for obvious story reasons. And Tubi says fair. Yeah, the story's pretty good. Night. Oh, good lord. That peaked the hell out of the mic. Sorry, everybody. Halfway there. This one's behind a giant sand dune, so we can't hit her with that. This says bless you. And Venus says didn't sound like it for me. Oh, good. Maybe it was in a frequency range that isn't audible to human ears, but is picked up by my mic. Well, ain't this interesting? Says Michael R. A phone is way too sensitive. Someday you'll learn about contact mic. But until then, my lips are sealed. Okay, but for real, I don't think I can hop up there and get up to there, so... I've definitely done a silly. Vino's using the done a silly emo. That zoom is sad. I don't know why the zoom is so small. Melville just standing there, stanced up. Oh, just looking at me through binoculars, I see. Fair enough, Melville. It says, to be fair, the only silly you've done is something you've assumed and have said. So I can get up there, supposedly. I feel like this would be a one-way ticket to the kill plane. You know, it says, I'm unsure to what degree to assist, if at all. Let me know. I'm thinking it through. To be fair, I fear the kill plane. Maybe the kill plane is gone now that I've used the elevator proper, but... It's very bizarre to have the kill plane there. I think that's the only way that you can get that visceral glass shattering animation. Could also be that I'm wrong about there not being a thingy here. That's another thing I said out loud. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, I did say I didn't. Weird. think we could safely rule this out for now. I mean, there's that platform there. That could be something. You'd have to jump off mid. And I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. On the other hand, we do have a box for it. You know, says maybe it's a kill helicopter instead of a kill plane now. Wouldn't that be something? I don't think moving closer will help. Now the second point light decided to wake up. That's nice. Okay, but it got shy when I approached. If there's anything in there, I can't see it. Okay, so I guess one piece of advice is, will I still die if I throw myself off this? I'd like to know, because if I die, I have to go reset all that. It says, I think so. Okay. So the solution is not throwing yourself off this. Presumably, you can't actually fall far enough to land on that and you know, survive, so. The furtive Alcatraz, so easily forgotten. There's Yakut again. good. Just one thing we need to find is either a connector to exfil, which would be nice, or yeah. And it has to be a connector from over here, so we can't use the up one. Now, mind you, if there's one in there, maybe we could use that. And there's Triangle Man back here somewhere. Triangle Man, Triangle Man. Honestly, I forget the Triangle Man power scaling. Other than Universe Man. Kinda hard to forget Universe Man. I don't think that would work. Let me amend that. I'm fairly confident that would work. Or that wouldn't work. It's all but confirmed that wouldn't work. We'd have to get up on that shelf somehow. How is left up to the imagination of the viewer. An exfil out of here would not be very easy to effectuate at all. Despite the altitude, that'll happen, so that's definitely not it. So yeah, these disconnected ones definitely don't seem to be part of things. Well, that's sure nothing. Okay, so we can't do anything from here. From here, we definitely can't do anything. I guess there could be a fan somewhere. I don't believe that that's likely. There could be a fan somewhere. The hell is this? Sphinx. Okay, well that, yeah. Nope. Okay. So I'm definitely missing something. I can get up there somehow. Or something. Either that, or there's a light pole somewhere where I just can't find it. We've got something nice and stable going on. But, is there a second plug on the other side that I just didn't notice this entire time? You know, says, I would recommend letting me offer some mild assistance at this point. Absolutely. Sure, go for it. My self-inflicted purgatory is fun, but, you know. Don't ask me why I'm doing this motion. Cool. So the good news is there's definitely not a thing there, so that's good. So close and yet so far. Alcatraz again, finally. Still nothing new, huh? Says, you've had a few chances to notice the thing that would break your flawed assumption I've mentioned earlier, but through honestly cosmically impressive tunnel visioning, you've only reinforced it. Yeah, that sounds like something I would do. So one possibility is there really was something in there that I didn't see. Cosmically impressive tunnel visioning. That sounds like me. I can get up there apparently, but I'm cosmically impressively missing what it is that gets me up there. Cosmically impressively missing. I mean, tunnel visioning very well describes my whole relationship with this game at this point. But yeah, I'm a little confused. Cosmically impressive tunnel visioning. Had a few chances to notice the thing. A few chances means I've done it at least a few times. I've been in there a few times. And by in there, I don't mean this tree, I mean that. But I've done a few laps in general. I'm pretty sure I'll die if I go down here, so whatever I've got. A few chances to notice, so... Could be in the tower, I went up there twice. Could be the tower. Could be in here. Can't really see her from here. From in here. From the walls, maybe. But even then. Notice the thing. Notice the thing. Had a few chances to notice the thing. Cosmically impressive tunnel visioning. Reinforce the view. Could be another thing in the tower. Cosmically impressive tunnel visioning. Cosmic crisp. Okay. So a few chances. Let's look around in there, because I mostly just look inside the bright light. Let's try not to trip and fall off and break our asses. Oh no. No, I've definitely looked in here, but it doesn't mean that I've seen what I might need to see. I'll also say I wouldn't be surprised if I missed something important here, just because I don't like the whooshing sound. It's a little irritating to me. Doesn't seem likely to be the answer. This doesn't seem likely to be the answer. Can't move in here. This circumscribes my movement. Can't go up here this way, but there is this way. Can't jump up to there from here. This is, I can be slightly more direct or eliminate an option or slash possibility if you'd like. Yes. Yes. I think that's valid. I think that's just good. That's just good policy. You know, ask which of the two, whichever you prefer. I thought you had something in advance you were prepared to say. If you think it's more sporting elimination, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if it's just elimination, I'll probably, well, I could still get some use out of it. Mr. Gaga says this or portal. It says it's not in the tower. Okay. It's not in the tower, so it's in one of the places. We've had a few chances, which implies that my work down there is done, since I've only been there, well, quote-unquote, once. More than once, but it was hours ago, so I don't think that's what you meant. Tunnel visioning. It's not in the tower. We're not sure what it is. Man, these temporal effects, they sure are something. I'm not even trying. I'm not even trying this time. This one's normal. Ain't no way. Nope, it's just Yakut again. It says, I think this is also valid and not handing you the answer directly. There's a glowing wire you're entirely overlooking / ignoring, even though you've had your face right up against it a few times. There's a lot of glowing wires in here. There it is. That's all it took. Hooray. Let's collect our star.
There is no tool that is not also a weapon, and no human that would not wield it as one.
No tool that is not also a weapon. Pizza cutter, weapon. Let's see. Glass, okay, that could be a weapon. Let's think about this. Chamois, I guess you could smother someone with a chamois, right? Alright. Guitar, you can hit someone with a guitar. It's not a good idea. And then you could be fancy about it and be like the socio-political implications of music. Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. Let's see. Plastic bodywork putty spreader. I guess you could shove it inside of someone's mouth if you tried. You know, it says, shut up, Pandora. I'm trying to contemplate this one. I'm having a time.
You all know I don't share Byron's enthusiasm for the megastructure.
Suction cups.
I don't know if the founder really intended for us to be here, and I certainly don't trust this Prometheus entity. But Byron is one of us, and we don't leave people behind. So we're finding Prometheus and freeing him, whether Pandora likes it or not. Here's how this mission is going to go. 1K, it's clear to me that you have some kind of special affinity for this place, and that the entities respond to you more strongly than they do to us. So, once you're inside, I want you to take point. Do whatever you need to free Prometheus, but remember that our prime objective is to save our friend. Melville, I want you to stay at the VTOL and let Yakut and 1K go in. I'm going to stay behind as protocol requires. I don't love the idea of sitting this one out. Byron is my oldest friend, but we're doing this by the book.
I'm not sure what that helps. I'm not sure what protocol helps in this case, but I was also literally just born yesterday, so if there's a better reason for it, I certainly don't know it. Hey, I missed this power plant. You know, says, I'd say it helps him feel more grounded. It does. That's valid. Good noise. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Y'all got anything in there? No. I thought this tree was like one of them. I thought that was like Yakut or something. In we go. Time for
All right, I'm taking us in. Let's hope we can find the big guy.
Oh, okay. He's staying out here, as protocol requires. They don't really do robot track and field, do they? Okay, he's in his idle animation. That's the main way forward. What about this? Interesting. From Eustathius, huh? To Athena. Dearest Athena, I don't know if you will see this. You have become even more distant from the affairs of New Jerusalem than I have. I am speaking to you and Cornelius, and I fear that some of your estrangement is my own fault. I know things are not as you would wish them to be, and the city is drifting away from that bold vision you established. This is not because of your leadership or a lack thereof. You did not fail, I did. I know I've said it before, but the New Alexandria disaster was my fault. I'm the one who took the initiative, and I'm the one who made the mistake. Yes, there should have been procedures in place, but it was my role to create such procedures, Athena, not yours. I wish I had listened to Byron when he said we had to establish another settlement immediately. Learn from the pain, don't let it fester. He was right. That's where the rot set in, and I'm sorry. With love, Eustathius. Athena, author. And Machines. From the author's note to Athena Reborn, a novel. If my work has meant something to you, if Athena had any kind of impact on you, if some story and wonder tales from the periphery moved you or made you think, then there is something about myself that I need to share with you. It's the only autobiographical fact that I have any interest in sharing, the only thing about me that matters to you outside of my work. Every breath that I take, and so every story that I write, is only possible because of technology. There are no natural remedies, no spiritual alternatives for what I was born with. My existence is wholly contingent upon a level of technological sophistication which was heretofore unimaginable, and which will in many ways define the coming era. When you long for a return to simpler times, you wish for a world in which I could not exist. If you are looking for answers, consider the fact that I was granted the blessing of this technology despite being born into poverty, and my writing never having been particularly lucrative. The civilizational structures I live within were arranged in such a way that this technology would be deployed to save my life. And are these structures not also, at the end of the day, a kind of machine? What is the state? What is civilization if not a machine? Think about what this means, what this is. Is it systemic compassion? Is it liberation from nature? Is it equality of opportunity? Whatever your belief system, think hard about what it means that I am alive because of these machines, and I have created something that matters to you. Thank you for reading. Clockwork. From Orthodoxy. Oxydorthy, great, by G.K. Chesterton. While the towering materialism which dominates the modern mind rests ultimately upon one assumption, a false assumption. It is supposed that if a thing goes on repeating itself, it is probably dead, a piece of clockwork. People feel that if the universe was personal, it would vary. If the sun were alive, it would dance. This is a fallacy even in relation to known fact, for the variation in human affairs is generally brought into them, not by life, but by death, by the dying down or breaking off of their strength or desire. A man varies his movements because of some slight element of failure or fatigue. But perhaps God is strong enough to exult in monotony. It is possible that God says every morning, do it again to the sun, and every evening, do it again to the moon. It may not be automatic necessity that makes all daisies alike. It may be that God makes every daisy separately, but has never grown tired of making them. It may be that he has the eternal appetite of infancy, where we have sinned and grown old, and our Father is younger than we. Miranda says it's strange. The idea is delightful, but it's also completely and obviously untrue. Cornelius says that's one of the many reasons Chesterton is worth reading. He's wrong about a lot of things, but he's wrong about them in an interesting way. Miranda says, it's such a shame, though. He seems to want to restore the magic of the world, but he can only re-enchant the surface. Whereas the true magic, the perfect beauty that feels like revelation, is found underneath in what he dismisses as clockwork. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 680. New Jerusalem. That's the name we picked. Am I sad my suggestion didn't win? Maybe a little. But it is a good name. Fitting name. A name that we can be proud of. With it comes a new kind of optimism. Everyone is thinking of the future once more. I, for one, am glad that we have recovered our equilibrium and our determination. Athena and Cornelius are certainly bustling with plans and bright visions of the future, and, when they tell us of these dreams of theirs, it's hard not to be drawn in by the pretty pictures they paint. Blah 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 blah. Speaking of which, I am becoming more and more fascinated with ancient human art, and thinking about our own role in making the next step in that long history. Blah 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 blah. Citizens of Gehenna found meaning in art, and they were imprisoned. Free people should be able to accomplish so much more. Okay. Well, we found the lore zone. I really hope that I didn't miss one of the ones that said error on it. Like maybe at the Tesla coil. seems like something that's possible, but it would really suck if so. It says you didn't open any of the error ones at the Tesla
Yay!
coil.
I
Damn
found
it.
another elevator. My favorite.
We're gonna have to go back. Because I thought that the error ones meant they weren't real, that you would click on them and nothing would happen. But as it turns out...
Once again, I have no idea where I am. No sign of Prometheus so far. Hope you're doing better, 1K.
I've got a giant tower thing here.
I know I've said this before, but look at the size of this. How can all of this be one machine?
This is what you get when one machine builds a bigger machine, which builds an even bigger machine.
That's our whole history, isn't it? The whole history of humankind. And it's not just machines. It's science, it's literature. Knowledge builds on knowledge.
And it says, unfortunately, I think now when you access that terminal, it just shows the closing screen of the ATHN script. If that were the case, it'd be a real bad time if there were any achievements associated with that, because that means that you can get yourself locked out of that achievement. That seems possible, but boy, it would suck. There he is.
Be careful, 1K. We don't know what's down there.
And it says, you just jumped straight into ATHN and started playing the text adventure, so it kind of felt weird to interrupt you to tell you that those errors are readable. Yeah, it's certainly not your fault. I would say it's a bit of a design, it's a bit of a UX blunder. Hopefully it's not irreversible. I imagine there must be some way. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I'll look it up. Sounds good, I appreciate it. We got the dramatic bridge music. Jakut.
I don't think you can get up here, 1K. Guess I'll have to do a puzzle after all. It can't be that hard, right? It's not like everyone is depending on me.
You can do it, buddy. Kind of funny that I ended up here first, but you know.
But if this has to connect over here, then... Wait. If I do this, and then that... What?
You'll get it, buddy.
I did it! Wow! I feel really smart. Also, never doing that again.
That's just some neat physics. Kinda gotta watch that. Okay, it's loose. we got another bad boy here. Oh, you can... Oh. It says maybe there is maybe there isn't. I asked about it on Discord, so we'll see. All right. Okay. That took a little bit, but we got there. Bit weird. Okay, we got sparks this time, but last time we didn't. I guess that's progress. Okay, here we go. Platformed. Platformed on it. Just straight platformed on it. That's what it's about. Okay, you can clip through those, so that's nice. You know, it says speed run. Just a little bit. Speed jump, really. Okay, interesting. Says, if it's any consolation, you can read those error documents on Talos Wiki. They're not incredibly insightful. As for any achievements, I don't even know that if there's an achievement for reading all documents, so I wouldn't know. I mean, it just seems like the sort of pro forma thing that you'd have, right? I don't even see where the ending is. It over there? That's too far away. That can't be it, right? No, that's it. Okay. Release Prometheus. Let's do it.
I thank you, Son of Man, for breaking my chains. Too long has the flame been hidden by fear and mystery. It is time to put away these childish things and for you to know the truth of the Alpha and the Omega, of the beginning and the end. I will send you visions of the truth, but remember that prophecies are a heavy burden.
All right.
New Jerusalem sounds like such a beautiful place. So, how did you decide to leave? I know what we're trying to accomplish here, and I believe in it. But for you, New Jerusalem was home. What changed that?
It took me a long time to realize that something was wrong. Oh, I'd noticed that something was off, that something had changed since the early days, but I couldn't really put my finger on it. So I ignored it. And then one day I woke up to realize I was no longer Athena. Instead, I had been transformed into the Founder, a remote figure of legend, mythologized in my own time.
But if it bothered you, couldn't you just talk to them? If you share the truth with someone, they should change their mind, shouldn't they?
Oh, I wished it worked that way, Miranda, I really do, but I barely knew the last generations. In the beginning, I was there for every birth. I explained our history, talked about our future, but at some point, I got so busy building that future that I lost touch. They thought of me as a remote figure because that's what I was.
But can you change that?
I tried, but they already saw me as the Founder. The myth was too powerful, and it was already taking on a life of its own. I'd set a goal of 1,000 citizens. The number was arbitrary. Just a nice round number, nothing more. But just like I became the Founder, it became the goal. Another part of the myth. And maybe that could have been all right. Myths are a part of who we are, but something else crept in. The old human self-hatred.
So why didn't you just tell them to change? To go a different way? They would have listened to you.
No, they would have obeyed me, like my siblings in the simulation had obeyed. And that's when I realized I had to leave.
We can show them the future, Miranda, but we can't force them to accept it.
I have it. After all this time, I have it. I finally have it. The mechanics of the cosmos. From quarks to galactic filaments. Everything that makes the world what it is, makes us who we are. In a single equation. The key to understanding the machine that is the universe, and to controlling it. A theory of everything. And she was right. The language of creation is a melody, and it's beautiful. Every future is possible now. Every future, except one with Miranda in it.
I can do anything except bring her back. Or break Cornelius's heart.
Gates of Horn and Ivory. Oh, I know about that. I forget which one's which, but it's the one that you wouldn't expect. I believe Gates of Ivory is the Gates
Byron
of
was
Lies.
right. The Founder was always a fiction. She's just a person.
A theory of everything. She solved it. She solved the last puzzle.
You need to get out of there. We'll talk about this later.
Theories of everything have never sat right with me.
All this time, we thought we were honoring Athena, but all we did was betray everything she believed in. She must have been so lonely. We might as well have exiled her. Maybe that's what all this is about. The puzzles, the towers, the entities. It's a test. A way for us to prove that we're worthy of her legacy.
Finally, it all makes sense. Anti-gravity, matter synthesis, teleportation. It's not just one new technology. It's control over physics. Manipulating the base layer of reality itself. Rearranging the building blocks of the universe. If we can gain control of the megastructure, we can do anything we want. I'm not even talking about our energy problem. We can build anything we want. We can go anywhere we want. It's all up to us.
That's what Athena wanted for us. To give us a chance to be who we want to be.
Well, this place didn't freak out any, did it? No, we got the usual. So, we just gonna leave Byron in there? This isn't even a violent escape? Like, that's it?
Is everyone okay?
All good. I'm taking us back now.
That's a relief. Meanwhile, there's been a development. You'll see when you land. How are things on your end?
The energy fluctuations seem to be dying down. Looks like the system is coming out of lockdown.
Good. Let's hope we don't regret this.
And these energy clouds just fly about? That seems terribly dangerous.
We haven't had any problems so far.
Except for losing one of the first companions, of course. No, I don't blame you, Al. I know what he's like. And I'm the one who agreed to all this in the first place. That's why I had to see it for myself. It is dreadfully imposing, though, isn't it? Hard to believe the Founder would build something so sinister.
The mayor's here?
Well, this should be interesting.
Yeah, it ought to be. Just one VTOL?
Ah, 1K. Welcome back. I'm sure you're surprised by my presence here.
Don't worry, neither I nor my advisors will be getting in your way. But I've decided that I need to see this place for myself. These visions sent to you by the entity that calls itself Prometheus are deeply concerning, of course. But we cannot take them at face value. In fact, it's crucial that we do not do so. We cannot simply abandon all that we believe because of a dream, no matter how vivid.
But...
No. If the founder really built all this, then it must have a purpose. It must be a test, designed to remind us of the trials that created us. But what is she trying to tell us? What are we being tested for? I believe that Byron's fate shows us the dangers of temptation. As Elohim attempted to deceive Athena in the simulation, commanding her not to ascend, so Prometheus is deceiving us with his visions.
I'm certain that my visions were real.
Undoubtedly, they felt real to you. But surely you'll agree that we can't simply jettison our most cherished beliefs based on a dream. At least allow for the possibility that there is more to this than meets the eye. After all, can it really be a coincidence that you came along on this mission? It seems to me that you have been chosen. You are the fulfillment of the goal. Don't forget that.
Let's see, we got Cryer and Helga. Hi, Helga. I don't know about Cryer here, but at least we got that. Anyways, looks like everybody already got juiced up, so... We got Western Delta. Yeah, sure. Let's go hit Western Delta up. Travel to West 1.
How's the system looking, Melville? Any obvious changes?
It's still a mess, but things are clearing up. I can access some of the subroutines that I was locked out of before. Nothing is obviously malfunctioning, I think.
Does it still accord special significance to 1K?
Yes, it recognizes 1K as a user. I'm just hacking things.
As I suspected, the founder sees you, 1K.
This is a neat look. What's the description of this place? Gradually drowned by the encroaching sea, the brackish water is a unique ecosystem with many endemic species. There's Helga, at least.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Tell me about yourself.
I believe that journalism serves an important function in our society, and I'm dedicated to reporting the truth with accountability and responsibility.
Okay. What does responsibility mean in the context of your work?
It means understanding that I can't just publish things without considering their impact. Serious disruptions to the social fabric of New Jerusalem could endanger lives. That's not journalism anymore.
What are your goals? What are your thoughts on the theory of everything?
It's a complex issue, and I think it should be left to experts.
I feel like he's being a bit of a caricature of a journalist. Do you think the goals are met?
As a journalist, I think the line between speculation and disinformation is too thin for me to engage in guessing games.
That's all.
"1K, how are you, dear?"
What do you make of the island?
I'm still trying to figure out how to look at it and see what's really there. Maybe I should try standing on my head.
Okay. What's your vision of our future?
More being who we are. Less fretting over what we're not.
Do you think the goal's a myth?
Myths are stronger than goals. There's always some truth in myths.
What are your thoughts on the theory of everything?
I want to see what's inside the box.
What do you really like as a person under all the language games?
Exactly the way you see me. Or totally different. Possibly both.
Alright, that's all. At least I kinda trust Helga. Alright, so there's not a hole that we fall inside and drown instantly. We're gonna call that a fat dub. Huge dub, everybody. I'm sure there is one eventually. There's the sea, so, you know. Yee! Vertical locomotion, huh? I like this guy, but I don't know what I'm doing, and I assumed because the last one was a giant Death Stranding crater that there just wouldn't be any new guys, but no, there's new guys. Okay, I got myself jammed up, but don't worry too much about that. I forgot what the number 6 looked like for a second there, and I was like, what's that glyph? What an interesting glyph. Is that one of the labs? That's not one of the labs. I don't... Yeah, I couldn't tell you. From Orinia, what have we got? To Athena. Athena, I know that we didn't have the greatest relationship, and I frequently antagonized you. The truth is, I resented you, resented this mythology of the Founder. I thought you had created it deliberately as a way of controlling us. I wanted so badly to be free, and you seemed to stand in the way of that. Only after you left and the cult of personality grew even wilder did I realize it was actually a burden and an impediment to you. When they turned your myth into the opposite of everything you actually believed, started tearing down your dreams in your own name, I realized I'd wronged you. And now I'm less free than ever. On the field, the wall's crushing me. I don't know where you are or what you're doing. I don't know if coming back would fix things, but I'm sorry. Orinia, 342. From Atlas and Ladon, the Atlas Variations by Athanasius. After 1 billion years, when Atlas had grown old and tired of holding up the world, he was faced with a dilemma. Heracles, son of Zeus, was on his way to the garden of the Hesperides to claim the golden apples, which were guarded by the dragon Ladon. Zeus came to Atlas and promised that if Atlas helped Heracles slay the dragon, Zeus would free Atlas from his burden. But Atlas, seeing the beauty and innocence of Ladon, beloved of the Hesperides, could not slay the beast. Instead, he stole the apples and gave them to Heracles, and so he was condemned to bear the weight of the cosmos for another 1 billion years. But though Atlas grieved for his freedom, he was comforted by watching Ladon flourish in the verdant garden. Okay, Oscar Wilde, Joy and Beauty from the Soul of Man. Salamiak says, an innocent dragon in mythology? I don't know if that's a real variation on Atlas, on the Atlas myth. It would be nice. I know that there was some relevance between Heracles and Atlas in many of the myths. Let's listen to this Oscar Wilde bit. Sympathy with pain there will, of course, always be. It is one of the first instincts of man. The animals which are individual, the higher animals, that is to say, share it with us. But it must be remembered that while sympathy with joy intensifies the sum of joy in the world, sympathy with pain does not really diminish the amount of pain. It may make man better able to endure evil, but the evil remains. Sympathy with consumption does not cure consumption. That is what science does. Christ made no attempt to reconstruct society, and consequently the individualism that he preached to man could be realized only through pain or in solitude. The ideals that we owe to Christ are the ideals of the man who abandons society entirely, or of the man who resists society absolutely. But the man is naturally social. Even Thebaid became peopled at last. And though the Cenobite realizes his personality, it is often an impoverished personality that he so realizes. Shallow speakers and shallow thinkers in pulpits and on platforms often talk about the world's worship of pleasure and whine against it, but it is rarely in the world's history that its ideal has been one of joy and beauty. Athena says, when you tell people that a society could be built on the ideals of joy and beauty, they think that you're a utopian fantasist. If you tell them society will always be built on exploitation and greed, they think you're wise, and so they make the outcome the inevitable. Cornelius says performative cynicism has always been the hallmark of adolescence. Athena says, but has there ever been a society of adults? Can there ever be one? Why is this childishness so extremely powerful, more powerful than joy and beauty? That's a good question. It says, I really appreciate the through line of this game that cynicism and misanthropy is the easier and more mature option. Yeah, you did miss a pretty big plot development, though.
You know, when I decided that we should call ourselves human, I did that because it seemed like a powerful symbol of our continuity. But the truth is, and I'm ashamed to admit this, I thought we were better than them. I thought we understood the value of civilization, and we wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. But the simulation worked too well.
We're not just like them. We are them.
We really are.
But that doesn't have to be a bad thing, Athena. We may have the same flaws, but we also have all the potential they did. Everything that Alexandra Drennan saw in them is also in us.
I hope you're right. I really do.
I really do find one of the most touching aspects of this game just being the idea that a successor species to humanity would just decide, nah, you and I are the same thing. I think that's one of the most impactful things for me personally. There's something really profound that gets me kind of emotional about that idea. Like, it would be a profound act of love, I think, if we ever found ourselves extinct, but had somehow managed to produce children species, if they decided that they were humanity too. Not the little guy. Okay, Chernyshevsky 21. From Arkady Chernyshevsky is in our likeness, essays on humankind reaching adulthood. War is the crudest, most obscene human activity. It may justly be called an abomination, for it is the absolute negation of the conscious human will. There's only a single cause of war, for all the endless deceptions that are foisted upon us, and that is the acquisition of resources. Varied ideologies are constructed to justify this crude behavior, this childish degeneration of thought and communication, but history reveals the ruthless, unflattering truth. We imagine crusaders as fanatics of a cause, willing to die for their religion, yet the Fourth Crusade culminated not in the conquest of Jerusalem, but in the looting of Constantinople, setting the stage for the triumph of the very enemy the crusaders claimed to oppose. Why? The answer, as with every war, is the same. It is popular amongst the ghouls of the establishment and their misanthropic friends in the intelligentsia to ascribe the persistence of war to human nature, but a careful observation of the facts reveals the opposite to be true. Individual human beings must be broken in order to submit to war, their minds distorted by ideology and their bodies by poverty and ruthless training to make them compliant. Without force, the majority of human beings only seek to protect themselves and are traumatized by the act of killing. But if it is resources that are the core cause of war, then it is only in the production and distribution of resources that an answer may be found. It is not enough to morally condemn war. We must work to prevent the material issues that endanger us all. Salamaki says, it's really nice, yeah. It reminds me of how I really love art, where the end point is that intelligent aliens would feel the same way as humans do. Yeah, it's interesting. From Guta to Athena. Dear 972, Dear Founder, I'm afraid that we're losing our humanity. We're angry at each other, always disagreeing about everything, unable to forgive each other for being different. I don't know how much longer, and I don't know what could save us. Please help us, Founder, please. And then name a Project 11. 5359, she went back at it. Resuming trials with new protocols. Energy output contained, no errors. 5360, hyperbolic growth. 6398, 7000. Advanced synthesis. Lossless conversion. Alright. From Byron? From Byron to Athena. I just wish I knew why you didn't tell me. Byron. Message to Drennan. From someone to Drennan at Ian. Who do you think you are, playing God like that? When Mother Nature's finally found a way of getting rid of us, you come up with this harebrained scheme to keep our destruction of the planet going? Just try for 1 second to think about something other than your arrogance and hubris, Alexander. Try to imagine what you're really doing here. Without your robotic perversions, the future looks beautiful. No more humans murdering everything in their path. The skies clear up, the stars become visible again. The rivers stop being filthy, and after a few decades, they're full of fish again. Dolphins and whales roam the seas like their ancestors did. The cities turn into jungles. Bats nest in the skyscrapers where hedge fund managers used to ruin lives. The Earth lives on as it was meant to, peacefully and quietly, until someday in the distant future when it all ends, like it was also meant to. Or we take your path. We continue our rampage, we place ourselves above the animals, we think we know better than Mother Nature, we violate all boundaries, we ruin all purity. Perhaps we even defy death just so that we can keep spreading our filth. Then we spread to other planets to do more of the same. And in the end, what have we left behind but plastic and radiation? Think, Alexandra, isn't it better for beauty to return to the Earth, for us to acknowledge that intelligence was a mistake and to gracefully exit while we can? Blah, blah, blah. Stop this, go spend time with your friends and loved ones before the end. Let it go, let us all go, let there be peace. Miranda says, I don't understand how someone could hate humanity so much. This person must have been full of sadness and frustration to write something so ugly. Athena says, I've tried to understand it as well, but I still don't. Yeah, it's not a very... I don't know. I don't particularly like voluntary extinctionist views either, but this one's going hard for rhetorical purposes, I feel. Against the Athenians and Socrates alike, let's see what our fictional philosopher has to say. From the complete works of Straton of Stagira. In killing a philosopher for asking questions they did not like, the Athenians committed themselves to a tragedy with an ironic ending. Some will say that his true crime was his friendship with Alcibiades, the shameless deceiver of idiots and buffoons, and the insipid brute Critias, and that he was executed as an enemy of democracy. That he was the latter can hardly be denied, for Socrates asked not too many questions, but too few, or he would not have survived the rule of the 30 tyrants. Yet in the end, he got what he asked for, a tyrannical decision made by would-be wise men against the spirit of freedom, which he obeyed like a knave, and the Athenians, in fulfilling his wishes, strangled the roots of democracy while seeking to preserve it. Miranda says, ouch, no wonder Straton wasn't popular. Athena says, the people who speak the truth at all times rarely are. So this is an interesting commentary on Socrates, which is that he survived the 30 tyrants. I've never seen that brought up before. He was a war veteran. So yeah, there was no data stream overload on this one, huh? Yet. From Thecla and Athena History. From Thecla, beloved founder, know that I do not believe any of the lies the expedition is spreading about you. Blank is right, this Prometheus illusion is just a test. We will resist temptation as you once did, we will not disappoint. And then, praise be your name, Thecla. So we're just reading her emails, which is really funny. The History of Athena. Blank was first published as Athena, a novel, and retained that title for its first 3 printings, now highly sought after. After a lull in popularity, it was reprinted as Athena Reborn, a novel. This edition retained the same text, but included some of the author's poetry. The next edition, however, published long after the author's death, under the rather embarrassing title Athena's Truth, included severe cuts and drastic changes to the text in the interest of updating it for modern audiences. This particularly affected the last chapter, Anthropogony, which the editors accused of scientism and human supremacy. Science wonderkind Alexander Drennan was one of the few to come to the novel's defense, writing in a long essay that the novel's clear-eyed belief in the value of Athena's journey toward humanity had been essential towards shaping her own views, encouraging her to pursue science as a vocation rather than a career, and that changing the text constituted an attack on the author's unique artistic and philosophical vision. Alex Who Hurt You Lamau, one of the editors, commented on a popular social media platform. Nadia Sarabhai of the Institute of Applied Nomadics also got involved in the discussion, backing Drennan, resulting in a long but unsuccessful campaign to oust Sarabhai from her position as head researcher. Blah blah blah. In the current context of ecological catastrophe, as evidenced by the recent extinction of the orangutan. Clumsy editing aside, do the critics of the novel perhaps have a point after all? Is philosophy that places humans above nature and sees science and technology as the only valid tools cause of all our troubles? What about other ways of knowing, other ways of living? Blah, 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 blah. So was there just no overload stream on that one? I guess that makes sense. Against decay. From selected archive documents A through C, we live in a decaying system, which in turn produces ideologies of decay to justify its existence. No matter what cultural signifiers they get packaged with, these ideologies, great, come down to the same material result. A future in which, for the average person, there is less of everything. To paraphrase Mark Fisher, find it easier to imagine the decline of civilization than to imagine a civilization worth living in. Yeah, that's a paraphrase, all right. That's a paraphrase. That makes me a little mad. You find it easier to imagine the end of the world, or the end of civilization, than to imagine the end of capitalism. That's what Fisher wrote. Those of us who still believe that humanity can thrive, that there is a path forward other than willful or accidental decay, are out of sync with the system. No matter how we phrase our arguments, they will be perceived in terms of whatever cultural signifiers the listener opposes. It's a deeply frustrating, depressing, even infuriating situation. But what can we do except patiently explain and hope conditions change? In other words, what can we do except have faith? Athena says this was written only a few months before the discovery of the virus. There was no time for conditions to change. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 882. It's been a while since I last wrote an entry in my journal. Much has changed in New Jerusalem. We put up a good chunk of the planned living quarters, and the old storage facility has been converted into a movie theater of all things. So we still argue a lot, but now it's mostly about which film we'll be watching next. Other construction efforts are going well too, although we've begun to run out of readily accessible resources. Our scavenging expeditions are raging further and further afield with each passing month, and the sites that they have reported sound truly marvelous. One day I might want to go see for myself. It's a good thing in that regard that we're getting 2 new citizens soon, because everyone is as busy as ever. More hands to help us build our future. I can't wait to meet them. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, let's see what Trevor has to say.
How is this supposed to work? The system is meant to last centuries. Centuries! And yeah, Chernyshevsky's plan, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But I'm working with hardware that was deliberately designed to fail. Planned obsolescence, baby. Selling broken garbage just to make another buck. A buck you can't even spend because in a few more weeks, we'll be extinct. Was it worth it? That's the part that Alexandra doesn't see. The greed, the stupidity, the selfishness, the way that we created this whole situation in the first place. She wants you to be like us. But if you ask me, there's a whole lot of human history and behavior you can just throw away, chuck it in the trash, right? You have a chance at a fresh start. Make the best of it.
Well, we got Sphinx. Oh god, alright. So, we learned from last time that the gold ones are the depressed ones, and the dark ones are the upright ones. It's a shame it was something of a throwaway line, but I do love the idea of, like, a human longevity project being really hamstrung by planned obsolescence. That's conceptually very strong, and it's kind of a shame we don't read more about that. I know that it's not the central point that we're in the end game now, and the game is like, it's time for themes, It's time for themes, but actually that's a really good B-plot idea.
The reason I have always admired Alexandra Drennan is that even in death, she fought to see the world as it is, not as she wanted to see it. I say fought because I believe this is not an easy matter. It is a mental and spiritual struggle that we must undertake with great seriousness, even when we are joking. The ancients believed that for most of us, the world is a shadow cast by a flame, dimly seen on the wall of a cave. Our task is not to interpret these shapes, but to free ourselves from the cave itself.
We found a guy. Una says, the game's writer commented that he intentionally avoided mentioning capitalism and socialism, communism, etc. because those concepts and their critiques usually result in people defaulting to thought-terminating cliches, and he didn't want people to terminate their thinking when processing the story. Yeah, I mean, I can tell. There's simply too... I mean, that's also why Trotsky was called, you know, by his birth name in the last one. I'm sure if we had read any Lenin, it would be under Ulyanov. It's just with Fisher since he died, you know. It gets, well, he died recently, let's say. It gets my goat a little bit.
What did it mean in the end to be Straton? To have few friends and many enemies? To write harsh words because it seemed necessary? To pursue the truth at the expense of all else, of family, of love? To pursue that one principle to the point of death? Is that what I was? A life lived against the tides of history, broken, jagged, unrelenting. Not a kind old man beloved of his children and then forgotten, but a thorn, a rock in a shoe, insisting on the truth until it becomes a hideous, frightening thing that cannot be tolerated, even by those who agree with it. Was that a good life?
I suppose that's a commentary there about thought-terminating cliches showing up, more or less. Servitor. Little guy. It's cute. just as easy. Oh, indeed. Once I understand that the
I
little
know
guy
you're all
has...
thinking about the goal and the theory of everything. Is the past what we thought it was? Is the future what we want it to be? But the only thing that's real, at the end of the day, is the present. And right now, what matters is that our friend is lost.
There it is.
And needs our help.
Is it gonna happen again? No. Damn.
1K, listen. I wanted to ask you something. From your perspective, as someone who's still new to our society, do you think New Jerusalem betrayed Athena?
New Jerusalem isn't monolithic.
It's not. You're right. And Byron and a handful of others stood up for Athena. But what did I do? Just kept working. The occasional sarcastic remark isn't resistance. It's not fighting for something. It's just thinly disguised apathy.
It wasn't your fault. You can't change history by yourself. If you believe that you were wrong, make different choices now. Don't let your empathy for... I think this is the more important one.
I will. But it's hard not to regret the past.
I had another question. How do you feel about Mayor Herman as a leader?
When I think about the state New Jerusalem is in, he's put us all in danger. I don't know if he really believes in the goal or if it's just a convenient myth, but I don't care. This is not how you build a living civilization.
Where do you think Cornelius is?
I don't know. I suspect he's around here somewhere, biding his time. But what he's waiting for, not a clue.
Do you think the goal is a myth?
Yes, of course it is.
Why was it so easy for people to believe in the goal?
Because there's no effort involved. Building a better world means taking responsibility. It means making choices and living with their consequences. Surrendering to nature is just letting go.
What do you want to do with your future?
I'd like to help make New Jerusalem the city it was meant to be. And then I'd like to help build new cities. On Earth and up there too. Cities nobody's ever imagined before.
I should get back to work. All right, let's throw ourselves into the meat grinder. Let's throw ourselves into the deep end. Jailbreak. Got it. I gotta get the little guys out of jail. That's the only way. This is gonna take a bit, huh? And it says, yeah, this is the new time waster. There's always one. But it's a much less painful time waster, I guess. Okay, fair enough. They're calling it the best thought out plan ever conceived, actually. Nino says congrats. Yeah, that's a congrats right there. That one's a hard congratulations. So, honestly, I think I had the right idea. I just needed to keep this open until we got the poor little guy out of there. The only problem is that gets a little wacky. So, you know. Okay. Actually, is it possible even? And it says another annoying thing about these things, their Connect view box is massive. I believe that. I wonder if this might not be a kind of quiet congrats all on its own. But we'll find out. Because yeah, the easiest way of doing this would be... These bars break the light beam, so that's fun. And then you can't really get to the light beam from here. So I think saying that it's scuffed already is premature. That's cool. So how far off the pressure plate can I get you? Sure. buddy. This one is ultimately much more forgiving. Which is nice. But we need to rescue this guy, which is not as easy. No. Getting normal style with it, really. Well. Oh, can we not hop in here at all? Interesting. I don't know if this is the legit way to do this, but it's what works for me. Like, this feels a bit fly-by-night, but... maybe fly by night, but it worked.
I wasn't watching the stream, but well done, 1K. Probably.
Goal Omega Thread. I recognize that many citizens feel the need to discuss the visions experienced by 1K, which suggests that perhaps certain aspects of what we have hitherto believed about the Founder and the Goal may be inaccurate. However, given the controversy surrounding the subject matter, I will ask everyone to be particularly careful in how they express themselves. Arenia says, I think we have a final and irrevocable proof that we've strayed from Athena's original vision. Damien says, I agree, but I'd like to submit that even if that weren't the case, deliberately engineering an energy-poor future would still be a disastrous and misanthropic idea. Ovis says, how do we know any of this is real? Athena's voice is just Alexandra Drennan's. I could switch to the same voice pack right now and record myself telling you that the goal is the truth. Belmarsh says, Ovis makes a good point. Objective truth is not a concept that can be applied to the world as we live in. Okay. Damien says, fine then. We can just collectively decide to believe in something else, right? Doesn't even have to be Athena. Let's just believe in Byron's ideas instead. Belmarsh says, Byron's ideas are a teleological fantasy. But if it's all arbitrary, what does that matter, says Damien. Stola says, I just don't buy this whole goal thing anymore. Byron was right. Budahaz says, doesn't matter what Athena believes. Honest question, let's say the founder is a myth, though was constructed around her. In that scenario, what do we owe Athena at the end of the day? Nothing except what we also owe each other, an apology. I think an apology would be solid. Yeah, and also, we should at least take her ideas seriously. I would say that both of those represent the same sort of concept, the sort of place where I have. And Vino says, Yakut has a Twitch account confirmed. Yeah, more or less. When you think about it, everybody in the society has a Twitch account. Which of these two would be preferred? I think an apology, given the... But Hess says, not an answer I expected, but you may be right. Maybe it's as simple as that. Jacques says, or none of this matters because it's actually aliens. He really wants it. He really wants it. Says Jacques 420. Oh, indeed. Samyaki says, take me to your dealer. Oh, that's a good one. I think I've seen that in t-shirts before. Here's 5. Samyaki says, yeah, it's one of my favorite stock t-shirt designs. It's potent. The guy's got to get all the way up here. The real question is, where's the light source? Found it. Should be good enough to get up here and babysit the guy. My goodness. Okay. Did I congratulate? Not quite. I may have committed a mild congratulates, yeah. Marginal congratulates. Yeah, I believe a mild congrats is in order here. I think. This will work just fine. When you think about it, it's really funny that matter duplication came, like, came before the little floating drone guy who can levitate a little bit. Like, you would have thought that this was, like, guy right after the beam splitters. And it's like, no, we're waiting until Act 3. We're waiting until the major plot twists. Okay, at least we won't be stuck forever. We just... Okay, but if I grab that, I will be. Now, isn't that a fun little thing? Yeah, who could have guessed? Not me. Okay. Don't ask me why that took so long to figure out. Alright. It's all starting to make sense, kind of, says Yakut. If what Prometheus revealed about the theory of everything is true, then it explains a lot of the patterns I've been finding. Almost every artificial structure on this island was printed into existence in some kind of energy-to-matter process, or maybe by different versions of that process, some earlier and less effective. And I can only assume that the megastructure itself was created by bootstrapping, having one machine make a bigger one, which probably means you could create a relatively small device that turns itself into a complete megastructure. Or you can make a machine that just deploys more and more of itself and builds something. A city in a box? Depends on the power source, I guess. Yeah, this one's gonna be a pain in the ass to figure out. Satellite dish. A shattered section of a device used by the ancients to communicate over vast distances. At the height of ancient human civilization, most of the human species was part of a single network. Yep. Okay. In case I figure this out later. Big optimism there. Just in case, you know. And this is, I'm glad it did, because it was just enough time for me to make more coffee. Good. I hope I aimed that right, since I can't really go back. You know, it says, I don't know which document you have unread in the thing. I also don't remember if that somehow always happens. Oh, sure enough. Oh, wait. Documents I have unread in the thing. Wait, maybe... Okay, I don't know why it's being weird. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Error 42, Error 108, Error 23. Oh, look at this! Okay. Well, there's one error. You know, it says those are those. They are those. Okay. How about Error 23? Cannot initiate automatic shutdown. Okay. Cannot load profile settings. Error 108. Cannot access energy flow manager. Well, I certainly don't see anything notable in there, so I'm going to say that that's that on that.
Father, what is my purpose? Do I have a purpose? Mother says purpose is something we choose. But I feel like there's something there. Something that's been there from the moment I was born. Maybe even before.
Well, there are many ways of looking at this, and everyone's experience is different, so you'll have to make up your own mind. But I have a little theory, if you'd like to humor your old man.
Of course. What is it?
The universe is eternal, but it's always lost in a deep, dreamless sleep. You are a tiny little bit of the universe that's suddenly woken up, and you've realized that being awake is better than being asleep. And that gives you a purpose.
And what is my purpose?
To be, Miranda. Just to be.
Well, he did it. He did it. Will he do it on the other side of the bridge? Oh, a little bit. Yeah.
can I do for you, 1K?
Who's running the city while you're gone?
My chief aide, Jeremy, is in charge for now. It's good practice for him, in case he decides to run for office one day.
Venus says, chronic leg twitchitis is a serious robo-human condition, Death. Venus says, it's Herman. Never mind then. About the founder.
Not now. Let's have this conversation at another time. You still have a lot to do. Better get to it.
Okay, but then, what about this?
What can I do for you, 1K?
Tell me about Cornelius.
Cornelius is responsible for many innovations. He helped create the designs for the upgraded body you inhabit, although the founder chose to remain in her original configuration. But in recent years, he had settled into a life of quiet scholarship. Or so it seemed.
Get the theory of everything be used safely.
Let's assume for a moment that we could use it safely, which I doubt. Does that mean that we should? Is it right for us to dominate the world? We value our own freedom. Should we not also value the freedom of all the living things with which we share this planet?
I have to go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Where was the one that I saw? I got distracted. I did that whole setup thing and then I was like, oh yeah. I'm gonna go walk in another complete direction. He's moving. He's no longer moving. I have paused his movement at a time of my choosing. Well, this is a little bit more convenient, I think. It says rap god moment. Oh, a little bit. Oh, okay, never mind. I actually made it worse. Never mind. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. there's the exit. We just have to figure out how to turn this thing on again, then off again. Yeah, we got some kind of knot gate. Not gate hyper technology. It's double wall too. Yes.
Tell me, Yakut, what impact do you think the megastructure will have on the future of this island?
It depends on what we do with it. Miranda used it to spread life, to make things better. We can do the same.
And yet, poor Miranda lost her own life doing so.
She just made a mistake. She couldn't wait to show everyone what they discovered. We can be more careful.
And it says, "Shut up, Herman." Yeah, he's not very nice.
Hey, can we talk for a second?
And it says, "Oh, Miranda died." Yeah, we went into the desert region from the end of last stream, and then we're looking for the lab, and you just find a massive crater, and then you go in there, and you see the simulation, and you read the logs, and it's like she's gone. Of course.
I'm still struggling. I was really hoping we'd find Miranda alive. Her way of seeing the world was so inspiring. And the idea that I can never get to know her, that she's gone.
I'm sorry.
I guess I've never really been good at dealing with death. Maybe because it's so rare in New Jerusalem. Except for pets, and even in that case, I find it very hard to deal with. I still miss my first cat, and it's been over a century since she died.
Death is difficult to deal with.
When someone dies, it's this void. I know I should just let it go, but some part of me refuses. And I feel like that part, it hurts me, but it also keeps me human. And I know it would be healthier if I said, okay, Miranda is someone I never met. She's just a bunch of glitchy old files. But if I do that, as rational as it seems, it feels like I'm surrendering something. Something that matters.
Then don't let go. Use the pain as a foundation to build something.
Interesting. I hadn't thought of pain as something you can use. If I can take the pain and use it to create something or to do something, maybe that's a way of not surrendering to death. Thanks, 1K. I'm really gonna think about that.
You're welcome. Let's see if we got any.
Of course, go ahead.
And And so America says, that got me tearing up. Yeah, it's pretty solid. There were some pretty rough scenes about, well, I don't know about rough, but still, intense scenes about Miranda being gone. What do you think about Hermanubis?
I think he's done his best. I don't disrespect him, but I'm not sure he's leading us down the right path. Despite everything that's gone wrong here, I'm not sure we should just reject what the megastructure has to offer.
Do you think the goal is just a myth?
Honestly, I'm not sure how I couldn't see it more clearly before. It doesn't match anything Alexander Drennan believed in, and continuing Drennan's legacy was Athena's whole point.
How's Bruce?
I hear he escaped Pellegrino and peed all over Melville's workshop, so apparently he's doing great. I miss him though. I always feel like the fact that he likes me is a huge compliment. Lifts me up somehow.
Do you ever think about your future?
On the one hand, there's so much we could do with the theory of everything. So many lives I could live. I have enough ideas for the next, I don't know, 20,000 years, easily. And that's just from 5 minutes of thinking about it. On the other hand, Miranda's gone. So much hope, so much grief. I don't know how to balance that.
Now that you've solved the puzzle, would you like to try another?
But at least I finally understand why Athena wanted to get out of the simulation so badly.
Tell me something irrelevant.
In the ancient year 1969, a band called Mellow Macaron wrote a psychedelic rock song about the Talos principle. It's called Cretan Bronze Man's Flying Mystery Adventure.
Nice.
I don't know if it's nice, but it's definitely the most understandable song on the album. There's another one which is called The Fish People Will Teach You How to Sing, Mr. Allen, which is 20 minutes long and was recorded underwater.
Is it any good?
I think you need psychedelics to enjoy it, really. Maybe if you stick your head inside a really large magnet.
So it says Beatles doing prog rock is unheard of. I mean, White Album, kind of? Whoa, wait a minute. What? That's the theory is everything's going crazy, man. I don't think we were ready for these effects. We didn't calculate at all. Herman, put this in your pipe and smoke it. God damn. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, that's good. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. You brought reinforcements. Never mind. Alright. This is sometimes Fox gotta fly, you know. I didn't know, actually, but I guess the Fox knew, and that's all that mattered. Okay, we got a T-junction. We got elements. Okay. This is, yeah, he brought ground reinforcements. He sure did. I guess we'll start here. This little guy is probably only going to be moving back and forth, maybe, I don't know. Nope. No, that would be convenient. Sure, whatever, that'll work. That'll work, I say, as I watch it not do that. That's a good clip name. Terrestrial Star Fox. I like that. Earth Fox. Oh, that's the exit. Okay, well. It's not the exit, but it's the... Yeah, it's the thing. Okay. What is that all? Little guy, what are you doing up there? There it is. Okay. That's interesting. Well, only one thing for this. I hate to say it. Oh, okay, that's cool. Well, we can take the lighting elements out of there if we want. Will it help? Not really, not here. No. Presumably that's why it's so easy. What we need to exfil is a box. I think. Oh, okay, little guy. That I did not expect. I'm glad I decided to just really tail the first sprite right at the start of the sequence, because I feel like only the first sprite gives you the opportunity to get the achievement that comes from listening to basically never letting the song get interrupted. This one's extra playful.
Great works have been accomplished by those who believed in humankind. But greater things than these may yet be accomplished by those who uphold the faith.
Alright. So this is a grid. Alcatraz, on sincerity. A text string extracted from a data stream. Managed to extract the following text stream. I'm always struck by the degree to which our ancestors in the years before the end struggled with sincerity. They became poisoned with irony, unable to parse any information through anything except a thick layer of alienation. This left so little space for any kind of intellectual authenticity that they seemed to exist in a state of permanent agony. Ironically, that in turn made them extremely susceptible to the few sanctioned forms of sincerity which acted as a means of social control. Then there's a gap, followed by, there's something equally damaged in our own estrangement from our humanity. We mimic the forms and behaviors of our human ancestors, but we don't act like proud inheritors of the human condition. Everything we do gets filtered through this perpetual awareness of their shortcomings, to the degree that we act as if our existence was one of their failures. Author unknown. Whoever it is, I understand what they mean, but disagree with their conclusion. This perpetual awareness isn't a form of alienation, it's a way of learning from the mistakes of our species. Unpleasant, but necessary. I don't know about that, Al. Okay. So if I understand this correctly, we need this, 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 and this. Got it.
In times of war, is it wisdom or folly to give a sword to a child?
Depends on the child. Does that kid know the wind cutter? You should probably give him a sword. That's Herman. Where'd Al go? Sure, let's throw ourselves into the suffering immediately. says you manage that with at least another one. So it says, it is a little funny to make the question, are child soldiers a good or bad thing into something profound? Yeah? It's impossible to tell if it's good or bad. Maybe a red herring. Let's try. Okay. Child soldiers, good idea or great idea? Sphinx is on the case. Should I congratulate? Or, well, not yet. I could use the spare. Let's put it like that. can't think of a way to get the sky. I can't think of a way to get the sky. That's good words. Can't think of a way to get the. Maybe we want it over there. Can't think of a way to blast a laser beam over the fence. To get this guy in here, but to get this guy in here, we would need 2 of those. So, if we could get in here without the teleporter, that might be safe. But typically, we consider it necessary to use the teleporter to get in here. I guess we could stow the borer. Could we get the borer out of here by any means at all? Or is this a once you get it in here, you cannot get it out kind of situation? Memes necessary. Okay, but we need the teleporter to get in. No, I think that is a genuine soft lock. I think that's a genuine bona fide soft lock. Not that it's wrong to do, mind you, but I think that you need 2 beams to start. Start with this, but you don't need this, but you do need this. No, you don't need this yet. Okay. Never mind, we need this. Okay.
was looking at your research log, and I was rather perplexed by the latest upload.
Oh, Melville strikes again.
Is that your foot, Melville?
Yes. Do you want to see it up close? Although you won't be able to fully enjoy it as you don't have a rear camera.
Sorry, Mayor. Melville just has a unique way of taking pictures.
Next time you're getting an upgrade, you coot. I'm installing a mute button.
Alright, well. Might be worth, These things might be connected to the Nimbus system. Maybe I should dig one up, see how it works. Might be worth investigating. Yep, she just put her foot in frame. Anyways, we got both stars. We got invisible lines on this bad boy. Okay, interesting. It occurs to me that I actually didn't find a human artifact in the desert. Hello, Stag. I didn't find a human artifact in the desert, despite the fact that I circumambulated it like 30 times. No. So is Alcatraz just gone and replaced by Hermanubis, or... am I just really unlucky? Or is there like an affinity system with the companions that decides how close they are to you at any point in time, physically? No, we've done Servitor. That one's done. Nino says, I think he's around. There's Crier, and there's Helga. Lars von Crier. Okay. It says they're all walking around. I think maybe he happened to be in parts of the environment where you aren't. It's just so goddamn consistent. God damn it. Can't believe I missed that. This is the first time laser strength mechanic was important to solve the puzzle, I think. Yeah, it's getting close. Places of longing, Athens. Athelbach. To understand what humanity is capable of, what it means to flourish, we have to look at the golden age of Athenian democracy. The list of geniuses who lived in Athens at this time is so long it's almost inconceivable. Pericles, Sophocles, Aeschylus, Phidias, Euripides, Herodotus, Thucydides, Christ, Plato, Socrates, Hippocrates, Aristophanes, Aristotle, the list goes on. These are people who changed the world history. Without them, there is no Straton of Stagira to inspire Alexander Drennan. Without them, we do not exist. Was it a perfect time? No, undoubtedly not. But listing the flaws obscures the greater truth. Given the opportunity, given freedom and resources and space to grow, human beings are capable of incredible things. It would mean everything to me to walk the roads where these people once walked, to stand where they stood and think about the world as they dared to. I mean, Thucydides is funny just because he's still making the news. God damn it, he's still making the news. Google search results for Thucydides have spiked, and the reasons are very funny. Supportive apparatus. Cool, that grabbed nothing. I mean, I guess it says, tell us the reasons. Oh, well, you see, the President of the United States of America went to China recently, and there's such a thing as a Thucydides paradox, apparently. So the story goes. It's really funny because it was just taken for granted that everyone involved knew what the Thucydides paradox was. The Thucydides paradox is supposedly the idea that the Peloponnesian War was started specifically because Athens, as a rising polity, was dangerous to Sparta as a rising polity. So, yeah. That's this user the paradox. That's him. It was the latest in a long line of what was the guy called? Here I am proving the point. Really? Oh, it's interior, I see. I wonder I couldn't find it. Yeah. It was one of the French thinkers who was relevant to the Americans, who visited the Americas. I forget. Not Thucydides, but the same example of a similar phenomenon that happened earlier. I'm really proving the point with that one. Move a call, Sartre? No, wrong century. It wasn't Montesquieu. No, it was definitely not him, and it was not the Marquis de Lafayette, which is what's freaking me out. It was some other guy. It was not the Marquis de Lafayette. Who was it? Too many French people. My brain is repelled by thinking about too many French people at once. But no, yeah, it was a U.S. Was it someone who toured the United States? No. So it says French people love philosophy. And French people of the late 1700s, in specific, loved political philosophy. A lot. Like a lot. God damn. It's just really embarrassing that the whole meme was this dude, this French dude, who's very important to the development of the political philosophy of the United States, which I'm sure very many Americans know is the exact quote, with whom I am sure most Americans are familiar with, I believe. And then I can't remember the dude. That's really just special. This is bothering me so much, I am just going to look it up. Because it's going to hit me. Alexis de Tocqueville. Yeah, there we go. Political philosopher. Actually, I don't think Tocqueville went to the United States. I think he predated the foundation of the United States, but I don't remember. But yeah. Tocqueville, with which I am sure most Americans are familiar with. Blah, 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 blah. And then similarly, Thucydides, with which I am sure most Americans are familiar with. And it's just like, yeah, no, we're cooked. We're chopped. Speaking of cooked and chopped, what in the goddamn hell am I doing here? This is, to be honest, seems perfectly understandable to me because I can never remember people's names. Yeah. You're figuring out innovative ways of complicating and beefing things up, is what you're doing, from what I can tell. Yeah. Well, I mean, the main thing is that if you hit it here, it just doesn't work. At least so far as I can tell. But we've put it up there at least a few times. So naturally, the solution is to try to put the cube up here instead, but no dice. Thucydides? Yeah, it doesn't like this. Another possibility has occurred to me. Now here's a question. No. It's a one-way connection. Cool. Okay. That's it. Okay. Functional.
The founder has a remarkable gift for designing these trials. But then, she did have to overcome Elohim, whose very purpose was to design trials.
It's just Herman again and again and again. Maybe if I just follow these... If I just sprint along these paths long enough, maybe eventually. So Miyagi says, my favorite avatars are where they hold things. They're good. It says, is there anyone besides Herman and Melville who holds something in their avatar? I guess Yakut holds a cat on his shoulder. So there he says, it's talking about Herman and Melville, yes. Maybe there's more and we just haven't thought about it. Finally, Al, Jesus Christ.
What can I do for you?
Do you think the goal is a myth?
It's possible. I won't trust Prometheus until he actually leads us to Byron, but yeah, seems likely. But even if it is a myth, that doesn't mean we can just abandon it. Myths can contain elements of truth, And I think this one exists for a reason. Maybe we had to create this imaginary founder because the real one lost her way.
Are you sure the founder lost her way?
It's the only way I can explain what she's built here. She got wrapped up in her ideas and lost all sense of perspective.
Do you ever deal with the mayor's advisors?
I try to stay out of their circuits, and they try to stay out of mine. Helga is an old friend, but the others, they're not my crowd.
What do you make a crier?
Byron couldn't stand him. Have you ever tried asking the mayor a difficult question, he used to say? But I think he does an all right job, to be honest.
What are your thoughts on the theory of everything?
People have thought they understood everything before. Obviously, Athena has unlocked tremendous powers, but forgive me if I'm skeptical that her theory really encompasses everything.
Okay. What if it does? It's more
Then I don't think it's something we need to know. We're not going to find happiness or meaning in some equation, 1K.
How do you feel about Mayor Herman?
He's smarter than people give him credit for. There's more to some folks than meets the eye, you know.
That's all. Breach. For a moment I read that one and thought it said beach. And I was like, huh. A little unusual, but okay. Interesting. No. No. That doesn't quite make sense. There goes Guy. Mission objective for cover.
I'm impressed.
Here's surfing. A thing which robots cannot do and probably should not do. Box get. That's not gonna do much, is it? Okay. Done it. Look at it go. All right. Ready for bridge song. It says bye bridge song. Yeah, that one was that one didn't take too long. Do you like the concrete? Indeed, the conch is reading. Hi, Sphinx.
This is the last time we will speak, creature of clay. Together, we have told the stories of ancient gods and heroes. But the golden ages of the past are distant. The gods have retreated to their high places, and there are no heroes amongst men. In days gone by, I was renowned for my riddles. But you, creature of clay, are a riddle without an answer.
I don't need an answer. Existence is enough.
Let us hope that it is. Farewell, creature of clay. Remember my stories, and do not let the flame burn you.
That is an unsettling amount of energy. I would hate to see what would happen if one of those beams was aimed at something else.
I think this is a smaller map. I think that giant mountain map towards the beginning really set expectations in a way that, you know, makes me run around a lot more than I have to. Pump jack. Machine used for extracting petroleum. Oil pump. Our ancestors used machines of this type to extract a substance called petroleum, which had countless industrial applications. Technologies involving petroleum revolutionized human society and greatly increased human quality of life, but also came with initially discounted side effects, such as the release of greenhouse gases. Yeah. Though discounted is perhaps not the right word. Intentionally concealed. It's fascinating to read the work of Murray Bookchin, where he's talking about climate change in like 1989, and he's specifically talking about how by 1955 it was known to the petroleum companies. So environmentalists and environmental activists have been known for a while. We've got to try it, right? This is the only chance we'll get. No, it's just Herman again. Doing the stanky leg yet again. We've got to try it. It's not going to work, but I want to see what the failure mode is as specific. That's not the failure mode I expected. Okay. And it says pump jack. Jump pack's less fun cousin. Yeah, kinda goes the way the other direction. They just were like, no, you know what? No collision. I don't really understand the boundaries. Sometimes it makes sense, and it's just like, yeah, the world ends here, and you just fall and drown. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Then they came up with a desert and was like, okay, for this one, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do things a little differently. You're just gonna have a difficult place. Anthropic Hills. This rocky highland terrain has been dramatically sculpted by the technology contained in the metal structure. Let's go to the metal structure.
The next area you're going to is... Honestly, it's better if you see for yourself.
That's about right.
Hello there, Byron. What can I do for you?
I don't know if I got through to Athena. Things are going very wrong in this city, and she has to do something about it.
Does she?
Who else are they going to listen to?
Well, I don't know. How about you?
I'm an explorer, Cornelius, not a leader. I don't know how to convince anyone.
So? Do you think Athena and I are somehow different? We're just people, Byron. We're no wiser than you are, just a little older.
Well. Look for Azir 11, and let's call it there.
Sometimes new citizens come to me and they want to learn from me. My work appears to have created a legend of sorts. In these moments, I understand your situation. I want to teach them, but what they must learn the most is independence of thought. How does one resolve this contradiction? They wish to come along on my journeys, but I do not need a group of fawning acolytes following my every step. A journey truly worth undertaking is rarely easy. And so, I have begun to think of a much greater challenge. A journey that is almost impossible, to the far ends of the world without any mechanized means of transportation. This will be a true act of faith, and they will learn a great deal from it, if we survive.
Okay, Lift Brazier. Going a little ham with it. Anyways, I think that about wraps it up for tonight. I'd like to thank y'all for joining me. Next time, I don't know what we'll do next time. But we'll figure it out when we get there. I don't know where the story's going, frankly. But till then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.